Yo ahí normal y dije, ok, está ahí abajo, deja que me tiro. Y me da ahí, ¡pa! Yo, oh shit. Bueno, nada más una persona ha visto mi video. Y es mi vecino. Uf, porque conozco esa cuenta de TikTok. Y puedo ver quién mira eso. Porque digo, me voy a tirar antes de que me... Yo que iba a saber que me iba a dar en medio del aire. Bueno, como tiene que ser. Ok, estoy streameando. ¿Ah, ya? Ok. A ver.
I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Furryna dares not mention this incident to anyone. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Furryna quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps
eso es lo que estaba diciendo yo antes.
Is actually the genuine article. I have to find the gnosis.
Pero sigo sin decir de que Nubilet no es el verdadero, porque no.
Alternatively,
se llama aburrido.
It might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Y no tiene como el aire.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that,
no tiene.
The contacts and guards we bribed at the
tiene aura, cabrón.
Well.
Pero no aura de Dios.
The handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
Es como tiene aura de segundo en comando.
Is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities. Set up a meeting for me.
Escucha,
I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Udex Nuvillet. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Me parece gracioso que estos cuatro tienen el pelo súper de... O sea, de colores súper de... O sea, gris, rubio y blanco.
My investigation of Furryna and Udex Nuvillet. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering.
Obviamente no tengo que decirlo, pero Arlequino parece muy inteligente.
You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you.
You attacked the Hydro Archon?
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops.
Me puse güey.
Even Furryna herself is still pretending
intenté antes y me puse güey.
Sort ever happened.
All right then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Furryna. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Udex Nuvillet must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either.
¿Ves, Arlequino? Es lo que... That's what I'm saying!
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Udex Nuvillet or Furryna, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth.
¿Qué?
Don't you think Fontaine is quite
sí.
intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface.
No, Najida es muy... A ver, obviamente es muy buena gente. Pero es más como tragedia. Todo alrededor de Najida.
Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else.
Ya sé que es buena gente desde el fondo de su corazón, pero parece que es buena gente por puro... lo tengo que hacer para sentirme mejor.
You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation
como si sea para sentirse mejor consigo mismo.
Name is often connected with noble deeds. I'm sure we will work together.
Literalmente podría decir Najida está traumada. Y completamente entendible.
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Neuvillette, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Furryna. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate.
Oh, reseal, huh? Wait a minute. Reseal? ¿Qué tan viejo eres, cabrón? Ya lo había dicho antes, pero ¿qué tan viejo eres?
So as expected,
Boomer
has turned up the pressure on Furryna. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives. Permission granted.
Oh.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though.
Qué buena música de fondo, digo.
You can't tell us? Then that's okay. Try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase "you
Keep your
guys"
secrets
you are referring to Furryna and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief and suffering. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
Y, ¿sabes qué? Iba a decirlo antes. O sea, iba a literalmente decirlo ahora. Armando. Iba a decir ahora de que ¿por qué Neuvillette tiene ojos como dragón? Ahora mismo, o sea, lo iba a decir ahora mismo. Estaba mirándole porque llevo mirando los ojos desde hace bastante tiempo. Y estaba como, hay algo que me pica la garganta aquí. Pero esto me lo confirmo. Bueno.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... what? Huh?
Yeah.
Please do not be so surprised. Furryna?
Neuvillette! Neuvillette, are you listening?
My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we? You're not actually the dragon sovereign of water, right? Well, if you don't want to confirm or deny...
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. We'll definitely help you keep it a secret. There's still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
O sea, no es como me podría decir, no lo sabía, es más como asumí, lo asumí. Llevo asumiéndolo mucho tiempo. Era más como 80% que es eso, pero también puede estar mal.
Possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental Archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
¿Ah, sí? Espérate. Storm Terror. Damn, pero es un dragón. El de Chun-Li. Es la próxima que tengo que hacer. Ah. No va a ser la serpiente que fucking... ¡Ey! Reventó, porque no.
I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Me pregunto cuál sea el de Nathan. ¿Un dragón de fuego?
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more questions regarding ancient history, you are welcome to discuss them with me at a later time.
Sumeru.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? Paimon is a little worried. We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Well. Ah, sí, aquí puedes. Aquí ahora puedes ver mi XP. ¡Uy! Ah. Ahora a ver a Chun-Li. Cállate. Era sobre la tipa esa del acto 2. Sobre el oceanide ese raro. Pero me va a decir Osmantus. Coño. Está dentro del agua. ¿Qué pasa si congelo el agua? A ver. Ah, sí, Armando. Atento a mi Chun-Li. $49,000. Y esos 50,000 de HP. Está para esto. Es 16% de tu máquina de HP. Así que imagínate. Deja el escudo. Pocas palabras. Me puede Dios mismo tirarme un ataque. Que lo voy a... Que no. Oh. Ah, mira, ¿ves? Pero ¿dónde está? Ahí está. Buen punto, buen punto.
Violet grass is a plant that enjoys a moist environment and is best picked after it rains.
Ah, sí, ahora te das cuenta. PS5.
Be sure to store them appropriately.
Puedo ir a Monster en 2 milisegundos. ¿Ves que quieres el...?
Te voy a hacer invitación.
Ok. ¿Quieres el Gokulus? ¡Uy! ¿Qué coño es eso? Tengo una cantidad de TPs que no es nivel normal. Un poquitísimo. Y aún no se sabe que aquí hay un... Mira todo esto. Uy. Ah, bueno. ¿De que no hay nadie? A ver, déjame revisar en qué piso está esto. Ah, bueno. Oh. Um. Ok, pues a la antigua. Me cago. Pues a la antigua. Ah. Ah, sí. No se puede hacer múltiples cosas a la vez, seguro. Yo corro con Chun-Li porque el tipo es altísimo. Hey, ¿cómo están?
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from an A.
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clorand in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all. She also told me not to worry about it.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out.
What
We
are
went down
die?
to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic.
Huh.
You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Father is very capable, and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely. Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Para hacer Francia, aquí hay mucho tea, snacks. Lo he hecho 3 veces y me ha muerto 3 veces.
Traveler, Paimon, you're back.
Damn.
Are you still doing all right? Did either of you get hurt? We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge mess. How bad was it? A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Monsieur Nervillette paid us a visit. It was all thanks to him that we managed to suppress the crisis for the time being. Of course, we must also thank you for the help you provided. How did Nervillette know that he was needed here?
Sabes que lo curioso, muchas personas están yendo a ver el stream.
Hydro element. When the water level rises, he can feel the waves produced. I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. They were mumbling the whole time.
Ponte para que te escuche. No estoy loco.
I'm so relieved to see that you're both all right. If you're not
No
too pressed
estoy
for time,
loco.
please stay with us a few more days. Just let me know if you get a craving for any particular dish, so I can have Mr. Walsey get your meals prepared. Oh, and please feel free to visit the infirmary for a break at any time. I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well.
Está
Your
tweaking.
happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
Okay. tengo que hablar con el Risley. Hasta abajo. ¿Tú no eres Raceman?
Courier, Miss Sishwin told me you still haven't
Son
eaten.
pareja.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Courier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you been?
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Sí, sí lo están. O sea, es obvio. Yo lo sé, tú lo sabes. Todo el mundo sabe. Voy a comer.
You guys are back?
Crystal! Macaroon!
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
Huh? No, not at all.
Ah, and here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling me you just never left?
We're sorry, but we just had some business to take care of.
All right. There's no need to get caught up in the details. We're just relieved to see you. He was super worried about you, you know.
Hey, it wasn't just me. Weren't you super worried as well?
Something like that, yeah. I was also transferred to work in the kitchen a few days ago. I can still hear Quisto mumbling to the carrots. Are those two all right? Do you think they made it out alive? Whenever he'd say that, I'd tell him I'm sure they're fine. Wherever they are, they're kicking back with drinks in hand, enjoying the lovely scenery.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with worrying about your prison pals. Is there? I mean, considering how they always love listening to all my gossip.
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
Ya volví. Me obligaron a comer. Literalmente. Estás en lo correcto.
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be watching you to make sure you finish every last bite.
Hora de continuar. Hey, pero sí es el Riz. Está para arriba.
Gather.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Lipstick?
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface.
You
haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Yo... Paimon, es hora de arruinarse el dinero de este lugar. Me pregunto por qué este tipo... No me deja verlo de cerca, coño. ¿Por qué tiene esas marcas en el cuello? Es como si un oso la ve. Bueno, conociendo y con los guantes que tiene, no me sorprendería que si peleara contra un oso. Ah, los dormitorios. Ah, bueno, coño, los dormitorios. Vino desde Snyder y se perdió. Snyder. Ya quiero que sea un año.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so
mira el lado positivo. No sé, no hay ninguno. Mentira. Hay fuego.
We never did anything bad to begin with, so I'm not sure why we put so much pressure on ourselves.
Me pregunto cómo sea Natlon. Aún no he visto.
How did you know?
Me imagino volcanes de fuego en llamas.
All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all.
Era demasiado bueno para ser cierto.
We've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends.
Bueno.
There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people.
Que todos están vestidos de bomberos y ya está.
We've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
No.
Just your thoughts making Paimon giddy.
Giddy?
Oh, Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary.
No sé, demasiado pesado, papá.
We should be safe now,
Una mini pipa, bro.
Alright then, good night to you, traveler.
Nada, que una que un bicho volador te pise esta vez. Y ya sé que Paimon es pequeña, pero no tiene que haber mucho espacio en esa cama. Al menos tiene sitio para los pies. ¡Yo! ¡Es Kyogre! ¡El de Pokémon! Es la ballena que decía Child. La ballena Gelarcon. Yo. Acto 4 hecho. Ahora viene Masquerade of the Guilty. La máscara del culpable. Espera hasta el día siguiente. Nah, las cosas buenas se tienen que esperar. Pues me voy a dormir. Buenas noches. Imagínate. Día siguiente a las 8, ¿no? Ah, bueno, ok, cool. Uy. A ver.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec.
La música.
Something important supposed to happen today.
Ah, verdad, sí, es la música de este. Ya te digo, la música de Fox está muy buena. Me estaba dando cuenta, me estaba caminando por todo este lugar. Es muy buena. Imagínate estar atrapado. Espera, me estás diciendo que te dejaron atrapado por no sé cuántos meses diciendo, me voy a dormir. Y hasta luego ahí luego de que 2 meses dijeron, no, ya me desperté. necesito el glider de Liwe. Necesito también el glider de las montañas para el Ganju. La montaña esa fea. Yo. Estamos en Japón. Sea Rex Lápiz. Digo, el Morax.
I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Hey, bro, ¿qué pasa aquí?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Y que llegó hasta aquí abajo, eso no es un problema.
Here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface
and what occurs
underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yo.
Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
Había sido divertido que hubieran contado los días exactamente.
Are you leaving now?
Creo que a Armando no le gusta esta tipa.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
¿Ves? Te va a echar de menos.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually
Fiestas en la noche.
No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
¿Cómo?
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
¿Cómo? Paimon, cierra los ojos.
I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Mentira.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Mentira.
Trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
El palacio de algo.
Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your
I will surely pass your regards.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Conociéndolo, seguramente le hace overwhelm hasta cortarle el césped. Ay, me cago en Dios. Acerten notice. Ahí. ¿Cómo? Arriba el todo. ¡Ah! ¡Vas a ver mis cosas aquí! Te voy a hacer esto. ¿Te gustan mis cosas, bueno? Te diría que conté más o menos las primogemas, más o menos, mientras estaba pasando por arriba. Como unas 400 y pico. ¿Qué están de 20 en 20? Ah, verdad. Esta es una escuela secundaria. Ay. Estoy haciendo más rápido que puedo. Coño, le piqué demasiado duro. Joder. Al fin. A ver. No puedo. Ah, verdad. Ahí. Tengo que meterme dos, espérate. Oh no, ¿y mi primo James? Eso es lo que parece. Buena. Joder, cuánto yapping. Royalty. Yayun. Royalty y Yayun. Joder. Ah, ya, eso es y me dio lo único que me...
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Lo único que me dio fue XP.
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
¿Cómo?
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
No creo que les atraiga a los humanos. Pero siendo humanos como son, lo van a intentar de todas maneras.
Time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Me vendría bien un vinito.
Take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Si miras bien, el Traveler no tiene pecho. No tiene pecho.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you
No, literalmente no tiene pecho.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
No tiene pectorales, el man.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that
Hourglass
cannot occur
impact.
in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Okay.
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Dead, Paimon, dead.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Poisson.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Poisson.
No time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Poisson. Literalmente Poisson.
Oh no! What happened here?
Damn.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Jaime means we need to check on her.
Armando aún está sorprendido por el tiempo de carga. Tan 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 tan. Qué música más triste.
All the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
No pasa nada, están camuflados.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
¿Quién es Desiree?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Le duele el pie. Ve a alguien que le cure el pie. Dun, 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 dun. Oh shit.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Navia está viva, let's go. Navia está viva.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes.
Poisson.
As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building.
Así es como se dice demoiselle.
We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
Salud.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Maria.
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
Awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Desastres naturales, ahora en Genshin.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
¿Verdad? ¿Y los bodyguards?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
¿Dónde está Silver, bro? ¿Dónde estoy yo?
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Hombre, con esas piernas.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Paimon, ¿cómo cabe el ambiente? Bien. Hombre. Una cosa es la verdad y otra... No, aquí no. 3 segundos y ahí. Damn, tremendo fondo.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
More like making graves.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
No creo que sea por eso. Que alguien le dé un pato en el bote.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Damn.
What should I do, Papa?
Me morí.
Huh? What happened to them?
Protegiendo.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping
Protegí a mi demoiselle.
They couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
Bueno, vamos, ¿por qué preguntas eso? ¿Qué voy a hacer yo? ¿Revivirlo?
I know they weren't afraid, but I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
Siempre puedes hacer un...
I just can't.
Un grave memorativo.
So clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides...
A ver, que lo diga Melius tiene sentido, pero tú...
The two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest
jovencito,
companions,
¿verdad?
no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
No se ve cómo, ¿eh?
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But...
Como si estuviera viendo una diosa.
She understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Furryna, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And You're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon.
Wow, Paimon dice algo. Bien.
Pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Hey.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that if it's
parece que se conocen durante toda la vida.
Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Esta tipa necesita como un orfanato o algo.
One more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
Arlequino vestida de monja.
This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating.
A child.
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So
¿Dónde puedo agarrar el feed de
already in Poisson?
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Hombre, esos yoga pants me vendrían muy
Linny
bien.
told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Más gente se hubiera dicho no.
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad.
Ay,
Yes,
no.
But just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction.
A
to keep my mind
distraction,
off loose and silver.
Realmente a Gilichul siempre es una buena distraction.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Pero son personas. Pa, 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 pa. Quémalo, congélalo, reviéntalo.
The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Well. Bueno, estamos cerca. Ya, porque es el high ground. I have the high ground. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Agua? Esa es la pirámide de Sumeru. Bueno, aquí puedes ver. Es YouTube, sí. Oh shit!
I'm feeling a little...
Are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old!
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Espérate. Vale, aquí tengo otro nuevo video. Y tengo el mejor título del universo.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Bueno. Mi equipo de Beidou. Ganyu, Chongling, Weren. Y mira, y si meto a Rain Shogun, ¿quién quito aquí? ¿Quién se va? ¿Tú qué dices? La opinión buena sería quitar a Rosaria, ¿no? Porque es sub DPS. Igual que... eso. Y la opinión hater, quitar a el Chocobo Looking Ass. El Chocobo Looking Ass está en 2 equipos. Venga, va. Mira, lo ando, atento. Vamos a contar juntos. 1, 2, 3, 4 y ahora 5. 5 5 stars. No tengo que llevar muchas opciones, No tengo muchas opciones, señor. Tengo un poco de nada. Por eso cada vez que tengo que pular tengo miedo. Porque ¿qué pasa si agarro un personaje que necesita buen support y no lo tengo? Damn, bro, mira. Ahora. Ahora, esta es la quest. No, ahí. Kiki. Jesus, Kiki. Sí, ese era Kiki, sí. También puedo decir, that was Kiki. Sí. Au. Oh, espérate, es verdad, mi Chonli está muerto.
Stabilize.
Boba, get them. Let's light it up. Adventure
time. Wow. No lo. Ah, no, ¿no? Usando comida, ¿quién le iba a decir? What the fuck? Literalmente, pero no el lado. El florejado.
Contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Igual. ¿Sabes? Y lo segundo, yo pensé que alguien le iba a tirar y yo me quiero empujar. Oops.
Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
Let's go.
You're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Está jugando el pick más alto de Genshin. A partir de aquí va en decadencia. Bueno, ya veremos, supongo. Tengo esperanza en el futuro. ¿Con quién hablas? Ah, con Armando. pero el tipo tiene puesto de que que le gusta que le escuchen el stream. Y pues estoy hablando solo al parecer. Tengo esquizofrenia.
That complicates things.
Ah, que sí, Armando.
Maybe the only way left is forward.
Yeah.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
No te quieras caer. Ahora la pobre Nadia está como... Tengo que tirarme. Y nosotros... ¡No! Escalar, yo soy muy bueno en eso. Sí, debería estar podrido. ¿Cuántos años lleva? Me quita el ventilador, tengo calor. Me pongo el ventilador, tengo frío. Ey, ¿qué le pasa a la cámara? Ah. Ya. Ah. Ponme una pose. ¿Cómo? Can you? Ah. Pero se cayó sola. ¡Ay! ¡No! Ya, se murió. ¿En serio? Oh shit. La cosa está intensa que hasta el prota voló. Oh shit.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Entonces, ¿agua de memorias o qué, bro? Oh, esas son las memorias antes de morir.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Guarantor?
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
I refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs.
¿Verdad? ¿Dónde vive Nave?
Flowers.
Very well.
Wait.
Navia. Que tiene una mansión o algo, ¿no?
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
O sea, me imagino que vestirse así no es barato.
This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh?
Tremendo trip, ¿qué es esto?
Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Enter to attendance or
Pero ese es más.
Goodness.
Y Jolien.
Everyone's finally here.
Son todos los muertos.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
El purgatorio.
Furryna, Desiree.
Llegaron a Fortnite.
Jolien. Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right.
Así que, ¿qué? Será el oratriz de análisis... oratriz de análisis... No, oratriz mécanique de análisis cambiar.
Today is an exception.
O también llamado el OMAC.
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Joinville, el mejor nombre que tiene, ¿verdad?
As all here know, you
are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula. Someone held in
¿Es esto como la cosa de Naruto de que estás atrapado en tus memorias o algo así?
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for
Atrapado en tus peores
help, you
pesadillas.
responded.
Imagínate.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Me están acusando de ser buena persona.
All of us who are from Poisson inextricably.
Eso es lo que me va a pasar a mí cuando esté 5 pies bajo la tierra.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Risa malévola,
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
¿Fueron en sí?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Objection!
Don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro.
El culto del agua.
When a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you
Cosa más rara. ¿Qué es esto? Hive Mind, pero de agua.
Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that
Navia está perdidísimo.
we will enforce justice.
My head...
¿Ves? Te lo dije, está perdidísimo.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me.
Eso no es en...
Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Ya se me olvidó.
Furryna, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Chucha, son los Oceanics.
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Todos son Oceanics.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Oh shit.
That's...
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
¿Pero por qué Navia puede salirse y eso no? Porque es inmediatamente cuando cayó al agua, ¿o qué?
Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Así que cada vez que matamos Ocean estamos matando a gente de Fontaine.
To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Odio los Oceanics. Los odio.
Please come with me.
Los odio.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? then. Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
Boyfriend!
Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
Armando, mañana sale el MLB 24.
I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time.
No sé si tiene Play 4, pero creo que no.
Just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi.
Voy a...
Made him do that.
Quiero hacer la mierda de los Whites.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Paimon, no ayudes.
Yes, of course.
Es un dragón de agua, no sabe nadar. Entonces no sé qué hacer.
Going anywhere? Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave.
Qué tan rápido que este maldito no vuelve.
She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally
Trabaja en el agua, chucha. Yo también quiero trabajar en el agua.
all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
No, Traveler, ya está de pie. ¿Entiendes?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Yeet! Gameplay, bro. A ver. Esto es buenísimo.
Next on the agenda.
De nuevo, la cámara se fue para atrás. ¡Guau! ¡Nier! Tengo que recargar mi estamina. What the fuck? Más bichos.
Gather.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Get out of here!
Yeet!
Nice and spicy!
La que se supone que no tienes que usar la ulti. Se supone. Un cofre. Ni idea, te tira al agua.
Stabilize. Order guide.
Ay, ay, ay.
You're toast!
Oh, chuya, lo maté. 32.000. ¿Puedes bajar? Ah, bueno, gracias. Me hizo caso. ¡Baba, túmbala! Una luz. Es lo único que necesito saber. Es que mira, ando atento. ¿Y ves? Esta más lo tengo, lo dejo al 5 por las constelaciones. He quitado el 1 también. Este man no tiene artefactos tampoco. Bueno. Y esta tiene... Puedo ponerle algo. ¿Qué se usa? Nobles, ¿no? No tengo nobles, ¿verdad? Ah, perdón. A ver, espérate. Había un botón para esto. ¡Ajá! Va a ser lo mismo aquí, ¿no? ¿Cómo quitar rápido? Bueno. Y ahí también te recomiendo el set de... Cool. En vez de ser trade. Ya estos están bien. ¡Yo! ¡Mierda! ¡Matamos a Navia! Huela, jefe. Huela, escuche. Mi casa, tengo el de húmeda aquí. Mi casa, de verdad.
There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Ritual satánico, Furryna a la derecha y... una montaña a la izquierda con agua y...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
¿El qué? ¿Cómo era?
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
Se robaron la Mona Lisa. Cool.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Huh?
Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Espérate, hold on. Creo que ya entendí.
Dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's
no digo, creo que entendí por qué tanto profecía en esta región. Están basando la mierda, todo esto de profecía, están basando en ese maldito francés de que, ¿cómo coño se llamaba? Y que decía que en el fin del mundo. Dios santo. Agarré su armadura en Assassin's Creed Unity. Copérnico, ¿no? Creo. No, ese es el tipo de las... Ah, no, a ver.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the
Celeste
sky?
está tirando fueguitos.
Lady Furryna in the
Están
third
sacrificando a Furryna.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
Ah, yo pensé que están sacrificándole en fuego. Así que pasa
The fourth image.
I
know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Y Furryna sentada llorando.
People will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
No me le encaja hecho.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Indeed. Ah, el orden.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
La gente de Fontaine va a tirar a la tipa al agua ahora. Sí.
If we go by timing, Lady Furryna only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
¿Cómo?
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
¿Qué habrá hecho? Lo siento por borrarte el cuchillo de CSGO.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furryna.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Furryna?
There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Okay.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well.
¿Cómo?
Thanks for your hard work
Caleb.
today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furryna tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Dime qué albóndigas.
There's good food too! No, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
Got garlic bread.
I'm starting to forget what happened today.
Un filet. Esa es mona.
Oh, that voice.
Huh?
Is that who I think it is?
Mona. ¿Qué hace una tipa pobre? ¿Cómo llegaste hasta aquí?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine? Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city.
Entre vas y vuelves y mira quién llega.
Bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. By the way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Que yo sepa significa mago, pero bueno.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa,
Huh?
that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means the great astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Yo creo... Por una vez, confirmo con Paimon.
That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt.
¡Te lo dije!
My parents migrated to Dormanport, and I traveled with
Yo
the
no
old hag for a
miento,
while,
el
after
tipo no
which I
tiene
settled down
pecho,
in
te lo
Mondstadt
dije.
City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange or the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water,
Tengo que hacer mi twinkificación.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
¿Algún problema?
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
Bueno.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Oh, al fin vamos a ver su máster.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from you.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Sí, veo los dos handles desde aquí.
Well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Vámonos.
Astrologist for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it.
Que alguien me la quite.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see.
O esa diversión con esas tiradas se escucha. Coño. Cúrame. No me equivoqué, botón. Pensé que tenía. ¿Estás viendo el techo? Stay focused.
Monsieur Durvelet and Lady Furryna, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
A
Please go see
dispute.
for yourself.
Le dije a Nubela que no usara sus puños de justicia.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the
Te juro,
problem has
esos
not been
guantes si
properly
tienen grass
solved.
knuckles
There is
incluidos.
little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Esa persona está muerta. Dead. Bajo el agua.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Qué lindos violines, cabrón.
You found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
Celestia.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again.
Pero nosotros sabemos un poquito de Celeste, porque no dijimos, hey, eso es Celestia, y ya está.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furryna, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Side-eye.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries.
Es como si supieras.
You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Qué tremendo copium, me lleva fumando su Furryna desde...
We do not discuss this matter again.
Desde que la conocí.
Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Toodles!
Did Furryna not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yes.
You noticed. Seems Furryna didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Me parece buena idea.
Inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret.
Si ella ve cómo se mueren sus personas frente a sus ojos, ella va a decir algo.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Un trial para el Archon?
Furryna's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming
Guilty!
to pass.
Guilty por vaga.
But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so
Bueno,
we
es
must
vaga,
take
más
a
como...
chance on this.
Porque sí está haciendo cosas. Más como... Guilty, por no decir nada.
Lend us their aid to do such a thing.
I know who to call the Ghostbuster. Ya sé a quién llamar. Phoenix Wright.
Which it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
Uh-huh.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start
He
us
estado
off.
diciendo eso por todo esto. Está más british que francés, cabrón. ¿Por qué tanto té?
No, I don't think I can.
Si fueran verdaderos franceses sería o vino o café.
That I will cause the mood on this boat
O
to
vino
become
café.
as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky. We've got a
Con
local
unos
like me to
croissants,
organize
unos
things.
pastelitos.
Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh.
Esto es literalmente Avengers Assemble.
Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of
Teníamos que
traps.
haberte caído Arlequino también.
Oh, how intriguing.
Guau.
It's just an expression, really.
Ah, la quieres para atrás. Yo te ayudo. Y la pone ahí bajo cadena.
Let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
¿Qué voz?
I see. And what does my boss say?
Ah.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
La música de fondo. Quédate.
Do any of you have experience
Lindo piano.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were
A
young.
wooden stick in a basket.
As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Mare significa mar. O sea, también
So the
agua,
hunters have
por
blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even
¿Y
left
cuál es la otra?
methodology of
Mare
hunting
qué?
in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components:
Sachet.
bait, a trigger, and a containment device.
Ah, buen punto. Maréchaussée, no sé qué coño es eso. Lethal implement.
If we were to build a trap together,
Oye, queremos atrapar a la tipa, queremos matarla.
you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
¿Qué vamos a hacer? Como una prop de la casa de fucking Furryna ahora.
While moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Freminette lo haría como yo.
Steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With
O sea, no pasa
discretion,
más.
I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked
Navia
this
es la tipa que montaría uno de esos toros mecánicos.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Metáfora, Armando, metáfora. Yo creo que querían hacerlo una metáfora como cazar criminales, ¿sabes lo que te digo? Hacer ese juego de palabras. Ok. Qué buena música, con. Soy un soccer por ópera. Orquesta. Que digo ópera, ni que ópera. ¿Quién coño está cantando un coro aquí? Es orquesta.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it?
Porque vino desde el... Porque... O sea, es así, es importante, pero mira cómo...
Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Tú estuvo fallado.
I thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Furryna was, now that Hyman thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
¿Saben cómo cazar niños?
experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most important person in the world, aren't you?
El Ayagol.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, no lo hice.
Then what's that?
Eso no es mío.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Un té, está hablándome.
But there's no one here.
¿Qué tipo de Jesucristo es este?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky.
Eso es al final, ¿no?
Description is wrong. Though, not completely. You're feeling lost now. Just as you were feeling previously.
Pero no me acuerdo lo que dijo.
I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Eso quiero probar.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Mago N.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as
¿Cómo que caught on? Nada más estoy diciendo, hay una excepción.
As seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
No era una cosa que dijeron en Azuma que como nosotros venimos de otro mundo podemos cambiar la fate. Porque somos algo de que, bueno, no se esperaban.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for
Paimon, dame un guantazo.
The voice. It's gone.
Pues menuda club, yo no entendí ni mierda. Nada más dijo, haz tu parte. Ajá.
Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming.
Imposible.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Banter?
Fine, just
a little bit of banter.
I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte.
Ya veo.
I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Daredevil, definitivamente.
Of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Si dice algo así, me imagino que es de Celestia.
Certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hexenzirkel sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Ya, digo lo mismo.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
¿Quién coño eres tú?
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Vamos a ir atrás en el tiempo ahora.
Are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine.
We're
just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of
Mira,
desperation.
el mundo se termina en Fontaine. Nunca existe nada.
Who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal.
No sé por qué os separó, pero bueno.
But fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Está yapeando un poquito, mona,
I did
pero...
originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Bueno, supongo que eso es cierto.
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Siempre Paimon dice, me siento esto, me siento lo otro. ¿Y qué pasa con mis sentimientos? ¿Qué? ¿Quién? Ok. Cool. Jeffrey. A ver, aquí. ¿Dónde? Ah, este. Hi. $20. 40. Me va a pedir materiales. I'm fan. Bueno. Perdí $40. Just admiring the story.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become
Creo que es la iluminación.
a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
We're
here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh, Armando, es de aquí. La tarta.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we
La
were in.
tarta.
Let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
¿De qué quizá la hay? El de...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all.
El de Furryna. Y Arlequino.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
¿Cómo?
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Te lo niego.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes
Bueno.
to food. As for me,
Te lo niego porque no me invitaste.
Do you come here?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Paimon, estás arruinando el mood.
Prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Yo, ¿y el cambio de luz?
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes,
humans.
And you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Y no pagas, ¿no?
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Paimon, estás arruinando el mood. Oh, sure. Oh, sí. Okay.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Ay, Dios santo. Not again. Bueno, mi querido viewer quiere que hable en inglés, así que voy a hablar en inglés. So this is the side quest, right? It's truly spectacular weather. Yeah, it's very rainy. Hopefully you don't get covered in the water. That would be very bad. Oh no! Wait! This is wrong, right? ¿Ya? ¿Desbloquear la reputación y ya?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
The music in Fontaine is just wonderful.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which
the orchestra really fits the theme. It's really nice to hear.
Interview with the legendary Traveler
and it fits every scene.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Well, I guess we're gonna be having some interviews.
Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
That is true.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
I think you are a
I guess you
workaholic.
could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Relaxing.
Paimon's been thinking, if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow,
Imposible.
and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
Yeah, that seems like a nice answer.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Si las cosas están tan tranquilas, eso significa que luego, ¿cómo se dice? The calm before the storm.
So the two of you are still here.
¡Qué ending más tranquilo, eh!
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillette sent me to look for you.
Boys, I finally have a planet to catch Furryna. We just need a carrot, a string, and a box.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Actually,
I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Okay.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said...
That's what I'm saying!
I personally think it was that serious. Lady Furryna was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furryna. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Makes sense.
What happened after that? Is Furryna okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furryna had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Uh-huh.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Palais.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson.
What is that smug space, bro?
If we know Furryna, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Yeah.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
Paimon
thinks Furryna's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool. In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Time to go to Poisson. To get poisoned. Get it, cause... Oh, you got... Oh my god. Shark nuke. $42 de pilla, hermano.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Pero es cierto.
Those who share the memory.
Ah, ¿verdad?
Every journey has its final
Tú.
day. Don't rush.
No se me ocurría nada mejor. Yeah, no fe, huh? Well, I have here also a partner that also likes Jan Fe. Aquí sí, Armando. Di que sí, ay, con ganas. me cago en todo. Time to go to Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
Me dijo, ok, bueno.
There are signs of devastation. Could Furryna really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Leo's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Janfei, abogado. ¿Cómo que conversación cero? Yo sé hablar. ¡No! Oh, Furryna.
That's Furryna, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furryna. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furryna. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furryna, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them
los
too.
voice actors de inglés son muy buenos. Lo que está haciendo Furryna, ¡mua! Pico. Es muy bueno. I was just saying that the voice actors for English are just amazing, especially Furryna. It just transmit the emotions so vividly. Yes, I love it.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
What the hell are you gonna do?
Furryna, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furryna just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
¿Cómo lo sabe? Es que me gusta a Nemo. Me tengo el problema. Me gusta a Nemo. Lo he cambiado, ¿eh? Solamente que prefiero ánimo. No he probado ni siquiera eléctrico ni... Eléctrico, ni dentro, ni... Agua.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Run!
Fine, I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Now we got you where we wanted. ¿Cómo?
Everyone's exhausted.
Que necesita mesa en este lugar.
I'm so tired.
Bien rústico.
I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm.
Yeah, sheer enthusiasm, huh?
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's
Yeah,
happening?
that's like...
The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Poisson.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Already dead.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything
Armando.
to keep the coastline from advancing.
Así que por eso hay gente de Fontaine por todos lados.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
So that's why there are Fontaine people all through Tiamat. We're just her informants.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here.
Yeah,
And
I'm an anomaly.
Entirety a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Give me a camera.
If that's the case...
Just bring it up! Oh my. Armado! Give me the popcorn. Oh, for the love of God! Hey, 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 hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Couldn't you have waited after
now,
she told everything?
Ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Damn, bro, putting your god on trial. That's really justice.
This is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
I don't know, it seems pretty equal to me.
These words as your refusal to stand trial. In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Hey, bro, you wanna fight?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Not even a try.
She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
How utterly humiliating.
Well, you say humiliating. I say it's a big W for the human race.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication.
It's not always an indication of surrender.
I raised my hands just
I just want her to stop in her tracks.
Of the trial.
That's all.
No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furryna, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Hay que hacer toda una ópera, un show.
Why does it feel like Furryna just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Yo!
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
That our conquest takes forever. Let's see. 11:34. I have time. It seemed a little late for me, but no, it's not late at all.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina
Bro,
di
me imagino cómo está diseñada la ópera. Se rebota los sonidos.
Were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Poisson.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furryna. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Damn.
So,
They made
in
the
other
Panama Canal.
words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the...
It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
I mean, we could have waited like 30 seconds and she would have said it, but...
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Alright. Time to judge the judger. I'm judging God.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Hey, Charlotte!
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
Body, definitely.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
Damn!
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay. Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's
Armando, tú usaste esto es el refresher de verdad.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Uh-huh.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The
trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervy.
Corner.
To repeat all
Búscala.
important legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Yo,
Instead,
we're talking.
I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait.
Damn.
What was that? Lady Furryna's a fraud?
Yeah!
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking. Did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Charge accepted, okay, sure.
Lady Furryna, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Yes, say it.
Furryna.
Say it! 20 feet!
How can I be guilty?
¿Cuánto era?
There is no way that
34 stop.
Lord, otherwise known as Furryna de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina
Yes,
of
say
all
it.
waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady
Largo
Furryna can be
con
rather
cojo.
eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furryna can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such
I
a
have
huge
never
claim?
seen this woman summon a drop of war.
Common sense will will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yes.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furryna's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
Crazy ending, though. Don't spoil it.
Then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Mods crush his
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Oh man, 500 years! well, Furryna, I know how I'm gonna debate that. It's because you have drowned in the fountain of youth. So this is interesting. Oh, because you're cursed.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would
objection. Oh my!
And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Furryna is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I mean, her eyes are kinda, you know...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
No, digo de que los ojos de Furryna no parecen muy humanos.
God is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Yeah, that is true. It was the child's conviction. I remember this shit. I did it yesterday.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us?
Para Armando.
Child to be guilty without any proof?
Yo me acuerdo obviamente perfectamente todo esto porque lo hice ayer.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furryna, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furryna. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So for you to know, Armando,
should respect and follow.
Corners is only used like at the end. when it is also called the truth the truth song. It is when the real truth comes out.
By you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by
the and the defendant is like super stressed.
Real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been...
I mean, the name of the song says it cornered because you're the guy into a corner.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Yeah, sure. Give me a demonstration.
Power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate?
Yeah, no, summon something, bro. Give me a bottle of water.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
Give me a bottle of water right now.
You don't need.
You know what? Sweat.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
I don't buy that shit.
A huge stretch.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furryna's excuse.
I mean, I wouldn't be buying it.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furryna you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough!
500 years! Just give me more 500 years!
If I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find
I know who it is. It's Child.
then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
The real Hydro Archon.
With yet another argument.
That's Barbara.
How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
I mean, I guess it's the whale. No, que no. You think that? Oh. No way. There's no way.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I knew it. that doesn't make sense. Yeah. It's either this one or this one, right? This one, right? No. Yeah. No! I didn't want to grab that one. Oh, well. There you go.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furryna, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Touch the water.
If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula.
Come on, don't kill yourself,
Spina
please.
has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furryna is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Admit.
Would she really dare to try?
Come on. Do not touch the water. Admit it.
Lady Furryna, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
But declining, you know what that means.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Furryna?
Due to the inherent risk of the test...
Suicide is not an answer.
Hey!
Yo!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Dr. House is on the house.
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furryna was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furryna, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
You got played!
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furryna's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furryna could have...
I can't believe... you... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also,
want me to take out my Chong-Li?
Really just a human? Why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Verdad. Forget I said anything.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Let's see what the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal says.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furryna to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Well.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Furryna is in trouble.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furryna's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furryna is... guilty.
Guilty.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Let's see, what does the card say?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furryna is...
What's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No way, bro.
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Yo, excuse me?
The death sentence?
The fuck you, what?
It's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was
What do you mean death?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Bro. Is the real god in here the fucking Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal or what?
I just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate?
That's,
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences...
Also, how are you gonna...
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
That is true.
Indeed. Not only is Furryna's sentence overly excessive, The very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furryna has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
She is the Hydro Archon, but she isn't the Hydro Archon?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going? Furryna! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission? Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Even death. What do you mean, yes?
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Yo, what is this?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Furryna to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Where?
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
The mystery hasn't been resolved yet. We don't know what is this thing.
Mr. Furryna. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
She's the Archon, but not the Archon as you said. Oh. That still has no meaning.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
She is, but she isn't. Kind of funny. Turning their sins into human beings. Oh wait, this is what I said a long time ago. I was right.
Made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Estamos bien, Armando.
Fontaine's lost history.
Just guilty of deceiving her people.
Al principio,
already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Like, even before the trial, I said... I mean... Are they turning into war because they're war from the start? You know, are they just sentient pieces of war? Are they just oceanics? That's what I said even before the trial. I was right. I was right.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
It was, the second one was, Descent. Oh, okay. Oh, so I need to put them in order. Oh, okay.
Describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
You'll understand more than when you make your way to the end. Yeah, that's what I hope for.
Transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Celestia nada más tiene 2 casos, ¿verdad?
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
What if the sin was to... I don't know.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the first slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay, so turning into oceanics, right? So that's the truth behind the serial disappearance, right? Yeah.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Now this is interesting. I guess this?
That doesn't sound...
No. It shows Celestia floating in the sky, and then the Hydro Archon and her people rushing it together. But the heavens still brought judgment upon them. That means they were still filled with sin, right? This?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Huh. Now that's this one.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same
is the primordial water just like a judge? Like a jury per se? Yo, ¿cuánto viento hay? Bueno, hace calor, And that's this one? No, wait. This one, right? Yeah.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Very badly, indeed.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
Oh, Oceanids, right? Like plural? Dice Oceanid en singular, no sea en plural. Oceanids.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of
Wait, does this mean that the Oratrice mechanic that is cardinal is from Celestia?
Trial meant to make her stay.
Eso es un sí.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Damn, soy un genio.
The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
I'm sorry.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with
¿Piensas derechos humanos?
basis. The evidence for that can be found
Well, you can't have human rights if you're not human.
dissolve in primordial seawater. And how all the
I'm
girls
sorry.
Fauché dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro
Buen punto, porque ni sé por qué.
Was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Y la única manera de bajarlo.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't
You know, from the start, when every time I see Furryna, I always wonder why her eye looks like
able to decode all the information.
The Oratrice is not what you may think it is.
Also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power
like from the start, when I think of Furryna, I see her eyes colored. Like I see that eye as part of the primordial sea color because it's the same fucking color. So, I don't know.
Now that the
maybe I'm just
collection is
random.
complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Me encanta Rambler. Indeed, Nublet.
Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Poor traveler. Okay.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Okay.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Yo, what is this? It's water.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Damn, what a flex!
The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Bro, I don't think that's how it works. I'm sorry.
Truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian.
But there's one thing I don't understand. If they're Oceanids, what happens when they have children?
Slates wasn't accurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Like, if it is with another Oceanid, it makes sense, right? But what if they go outside and have a child with a Mondstadt or something?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that
huge love bombing Fontaine
who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is
judgment.
The people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
War means justice. Well, it makes sense, right? In this world, war means justice. I wonder if that also counts for the visions.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
by doing the trial, you're fulfilling the prophecy.
We've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler,
I wonder how this Oceanids get the visions.
Deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have. A whale?
This is just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Uh-huh.
It was both.
Oh shit, I was right! Oh shit, I was right! Oh my god, there's no way!
That can only be that thing inside the
Oh my
primordial
god,
sea,
there's
right?
no fucking way! You see, Armando, I knew it! I knew it from the start!
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Made by a mammalian. A mammal. Yo, what the fuck? Damn. Oh my god, that whale is level 90. I knew that it's on level 70 or 70. Oh shit. Oh my god, the child! Now, call me crazy, but that well is from the abyss. Peor. Damn.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping
Not even
all
crazy,
the while.
there's still more?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, forcing it to grow.
Wait.
That is the main cause
I need to
for the
get my
rising sea levels.
YouTube on my
Once
phone.
it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Water?
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case,
so there was cannibals.
Once it's managed to recover its strength.
Wait, that actually doesn't fit the
Indeed,
thing of
it is
cannibal.
more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean by
It
that?
had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
What do you mean by that?
Everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
That's a lot of Kanye's and Genshin.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Who are you, Anne?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Yeah, it was Anne. Seems like it. Columbina Fatwi's one. Armando! Oh, he's not here. Oh well. He knows more of Genshin lore than me.
What's happening with the oratories?
I'm just a newbie.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No way. Furryna! Move! Come on, Furryna! Move your ass!
No, I still need answers.
What the hell? Damn. I imagine Reddit died when this comment came out. Now, who the fuck are... I mean, who the heck... PG.
You.
PG 18. Furryna!
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furryna. Who are you?
Oh my god.
The sweet
I've only been
sound
playing for
of
1
bewilderment.
year, I guess.
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Yeah, 1 year.
But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Fossilors?
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now,
a sassy brat.
It was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Chengling is one as well.
Can only play the
a
hand
cannibal?
one is dealt.
Yeah.
I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furryna. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
One of her boys' lines.
But in my eyes, Furryna's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Anyway, I cursed her. Huh?
The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furryna to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
Instead, stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
So playing God,
now
literally.
You probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
You got to have it.
But Furryna is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life,
I will do a
is
later.
no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
500 years.
She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I mean, it sucks. Okay, let's say that makes sense. Well, before that... no. Furryna, Navia, Xiao, Wonder, Yao Yao, Modern Traveler. Oh, it's quite nice. I have a Mona C2. I don't know where to put her though.
Osmanthus
my main is Beidou. don't look at Zhongli or Ganyu. They're just my. I mean, I like Zhongli. Ganyu, well, I have her weapon, and I like her design. It's just she's boring. I'm back on the grind. It's already, yeah. Oh yeah, if I want to talk about it, I'm a very old account. Been here since the start. Thanks to Armando. Ain't that right, Armando? He says yes. So, I've been here from the start. But the thing is that I've been on and off for a couple of years. And the times I've been on and the times I have pulled were for Ganyu. I got her in her first run, and then at the rerun I got Zhongli and Ganyu's weapon. I was getting a lot of wishes because I knew that the Ganyu banner was coming, so I was like, oh, and a couple of months before that, I was like, let me try to get Zhongli and Ganyu's weapon so I can make a team for her, and I did, and this is, and I got it. But after farming for so long and so like heavy, I got bored. I got extremely bored. So I just left. Then Sumeru came out, and I tried playing a little bit, but I didn't finish it. Then Sumeru finished, and I was like, let me do Sumeru. At the start of Fontaine, and I did all of Sumeru. I did all of Sumeru. And after finishing Sumeru, I stopped playing again. And now that Nella has come, I'm finishing Fontaine. And hopefully I will not leave again. But who knows? Even Armando doesn't believe me.
You to come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
I keep coming back because of the lore. The lore is good. I help you play. Oh, that's a great what's the word I'm searching? Suggestion. Is it suggestion? I guess. It's a nice offer. It's a nice offer.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Only for a second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Armando, ¿te acuerdas? Te dije de que ella... I say it would take forever. I mean, yeah, but I don't mind it. Te dije de que ella estaba actuando. Te lo dije desde el principio. I mean, I did say to Armando that it was very obvious that she was acting up as a god more than being a god. And now this is proving to be true. So, you know. It was very obvious. It was very, very, very obvious. Turn off all the spotlights. Finally, you can become yourself.
Audience. The performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
What was your highest damage? Well, is this? I think it was 350,000. With a crit.
Gather.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Where are the guards indeed?
We're way behind schedule.
No touching.
We're way behind schedule.
Solidify.
Okay. ¿Cómo que con DP? Nah, I'm good.
Next on the agenda.
Y lo que pasa es que nunca se va a morir por Shang-Li. Tengo que cagarla muy duro para que se me muera por Shang-Li. $30015 boobs? Oh shit, I'm Furryna. What? What?
Furryna.
It's what do you mean by 30015?
Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous.
Like your damage? No, it's, yeah, 35,000. Yeah, I think it was my highest.
You're
near
me?
It was a crit.
How can
double
this
crit
be?
on the Ganju's damage plus melt and
Mirror you, huh?
and
You know what? That's not bad.
and Bennett's damage.
Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you
I still haven't leveled up my talent, so it can be a lot higher.
Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Oh, wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Suffer?
So there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
My highest damage in the abyss.
If the prophecy will come true,
was it one?
I'll also die anyway, right?
That's so 163,726
Meeting in this world. If there were scales
from Jump Fay, right?
All the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other.
Armando, ¿cuál es el tuyo más alto?
Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose
his highest is 90,000 with the Raiden Shogun without anything.
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right.
I'm pretty that much damage.
You must be
and that's crazy.
Never-ending masquerade.
That's absolutely crazy.
You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
I don't know how you did that, but
then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Yeah, I know she's only forced though.
How will I do this? A human
I didn't even know that she could get that damage that so high.
What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends.
500 years!
I promise you.
Yeah, I'm famous. My first DPS main. My first one was Beidou, and it still is. That's my girl.
And everyone will be saved.
I love her.
A trial.
There's no way of making a viable team comp without.
I'll be looking forward
I need to think too much. I need to have very specific things, and I want to farm those when I already have, good farming teams and stuff like that. Because I'm struggling to level up with just my Beidou team. I'm just straight up struggling. Voy por la izquierda.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession.
But then I was only at like 12, and then like 12 AR, and then I made Diona. Diona's fun.
To be honest, I still don't know.
Summon courage!
Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furryna de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
I mean, talking about, trying to make believe that you're a god and shit is a very good impression.
Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison?
My ass.
I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
She did a great job. Don't fuck you mean,
She
bro.
told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad.
When I only just joined my team, was Traveler, Diona, Kabeth, and Thoma. Interesting team, not gonna lie. Very interesting team.
Imagine them to be.
Traveler, Diona, Kabeth, y Thoma.
What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside
So the problem with this was another her make-believe she's a goddess, more like the people. Excellent.
I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
Justice!
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
I mean, a lot of people, for the reason that I can't use a power, like I'm going to fight a pyro boss. Oh, oh, I'm gonna fight against a pyro boss, but oh, my team is full of pyro damage, and I can do it. I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, resources are limited. The resources are definitely limited, right? So I know that it's a lot better to just focus on the one or two characters. It has been true, not only for this game, but for all gacha games, right? I totally believe that this game is just choose whatever you want, choose whatever character you want the most to be competent, or to put all your resources into it. But I also do believe that after you pick that one character, you need to build a very good team around it. Y luego está de ella. Huh. Yan Fei. I like Yan Fei. Yan Fei is fun. Yoimiya, nah, Yoimiya se puede morir.
The scales of
Turn up this gamma.
should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Whoa. Pues nada. Sigue en chat por... ¿Se te fue el internet? ¿O qué? That's Armando right there, bro. What the hell is happening to my Furryna? What the hell is this? Yo! He's doing squats at the maximum revolution. Oh, what the hell? Yo! Max tweak! That's crazy! That's crazy! Wait a minute, I get to go! Oh my god! Oh, I clipped it, don't worry. I clipped it.
Lady Furryna, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
Bienvenido de vuelta.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
One day. But that day is not today. En el pasado. Voy a ver a gente vivir, respirar, morir, tener hijos.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence
1 hour
of my
later.
divine charm.
I mean, it is good.
Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
I wonder how strong is Furryna. No, mental ya sé que es God level. Es, se supone que el poder de los Archons va dependiendo de cuánto crean la creencia. Así que me imagino que qué tan poderoso es la verdad. No, ya, pero digo, la versión divina que me pone tan poderosa.
Lady Furryna, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see.
Furryna is good for FK teams.
As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner.
I was thinking more lore-wise, like the divine Furryna, how strong would she be?
Forget it. That's not something you
Like,
need to worry about right now.
the Archons are more powerful or less powerful depending on how many people believe in them.
The Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
She does not get tired.
It's finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see
Benty being forgot. Poor Benty.
There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Ya pasó mucho tiempo.
Don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Furryna, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furryna, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furryna,
We're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
That's the only real Furryna.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
And the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next. 500 años, 365 días. Vamos a ver cuánto es. So she has been going early to bed for 192,500 days. I can't even do it twice in a row. Damn, those are the days, huh? Oh, wait, these are the days. 182,300.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Qué suerte es de que voy a buscarlo.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furryna. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This
playing this game so much.
The overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Damn.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined.
Do quests. They do a lot of primogems.
Have I reached
Do
my
it.
limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furryna, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared,
you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furryna, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furryna, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Armando,
Is it such an outrageous
¿tú miraste esto en qué, japonés?
someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows?
Yeah.
Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
In a couple of seconds. Say it! Just say it! Just say, I did it!
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furryna, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need
5
to do,
hangouts,
dear
Archon, 6
spectator,
story,
is to
5
witness
work
my
quests.
performance
Come on,
until
start doing
the
it.
curtains
One by
fall.
one. You can do it. I believe in you.
Fine.
¿De qué?
So even Furryna doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done.
Well, not yet.
To deceive the
Gotta do it.
principles, you must first deceive yourself.
It's not only 3 rewards.
Very well.
It will feel good.
If she had let
Just imagine
herself
watching your
falter
quest
even
and then
once in
seeing
these 5
nothing.
Centuries,
It
Fontaine
has
would
to
have
feel
been
good.
doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Who says the crux?
You've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Bro, I did some Murder World quest for 10 years.
That person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
You gotta do it.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem
I believe
so,
in you.
wouldn't it?
You can do it.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient
It is
depth.
worth it.
In truth, it is no
And if anything, it is fun.
justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furryna suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furryna nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
I mean, you can take breaks.
In other words, this was all done
I took giant breaks and look at me. I'm back in here.
The Hydro Dragon of this
like
planet.
crack.
But...
and taking breaks is nice. It's okay to take breaks.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years
is
just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Oh, that thing from the start.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Now, I don't remember too much of the story of the heavenly principles, but...
justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors.
You're a devious one.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
You already once missed it.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
PG-13. Damn, la música.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Ok, deja ver si entiendo. Fossalos está muerta. Furryna sigue viva, ¿no? ¿Y el poder del Arcon fue a Furryna o fue a Nervalette? Entonces no tiene que ver con el poder de... ok, yo pensé. Okay. Pensé de que lo que le había ganado de vuelta es lo que decía Fossalor del poder del dragón. De devolver lo que te habían robado. ¿Pero ese es el poder del dragón o del Hydro?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
That shit ain't a wall, it's a narwhal!
The hour of execution has come.
The hour of execution. Damn! Oh, what the hell? Hey, yo!
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the planet.
Come on, let's go.
Considering the size of the nest, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Esta cosa es enorme.
Next on the agenda.
Solidify.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and chance will present itself.
Yo!
Stabilize.
Oh, what the hell?
Let's light it up.
¿Quién enseñó dubstep?
We're waiting on schedule.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
¿Cómo?
Solidify.
Damn, la música. ¿Cómo? ¿Dónde?
Born of ice and frost.
What the fuck? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Quién coño eres tú? Who the hell are you, bro? I wanted you to go try like like someone throwing you over a window, bro.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but...
Are you from Star Wars?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Okay, so disciple is child. Master spent. Huh. ¿Cómo? Huh.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk.
The impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Damn, bro.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
I mean, so Ganju's kind of power beyond this world.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Yeah, strange use. That's not what I'm implying.
It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Yeah, I should have done a water dog. My bad.
I think you might have missed the point.
A dolphin might have been a better idea.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of master? Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
I'm unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Yeah, it sounds like a...
Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Huh?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't
Nunca hice el evento, Albedo.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
¿Cuándo sale? ¿Cuándo sale? ¿Cuándo sale? ¿Cuándo sale el tipo el amigo de nuestra hermana?
Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
El amigo de nuestra hermana. Sí, Dainsleif.
People will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furryna will remain, weeping on her throne.
Así que eso es lo que ha pasado.
Only then will the sins of the people of
¿Cómo que pasó?
be washed away.
No sé lo que iba a pasar. Ah, todo por culo, Fonte. Todos muertos. Pues ya no son los anillos. Ah, así que sí pasó de todas maneras, pero no se murieron. Qué locura. Que ven que es el barco, entonces el cabrón. El arca de Noé. Y sí, Ah, que flota. Mejor dicho, que vuela. Damn. Armando. Estoy mirando cómo el budget está bajando. Esto no tiene que haber sido barato. Me parece un poco chale que el tipo hace dive pero sin diving.
Look, the water's receding.
Pero también son oceánicos al final de todo, así que pueden respirar bajo el agua. No es como si fueran humanos. Solamente se ven como humanos. Qué música más épica. ¿Sabes que ese run del agua es la cosa más hija de... Cinema. And for that, 50 premiums.
Attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Poisson.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Boone or Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Bane.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr.
Dice Boone or Bane of the Fontaine Institute del barco. Bane.
Turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's
¿Cómo volvió toda la novela tan rápido?
With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups.
Tenemos que haber visto a Fontaine siendo reparada.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Sí.
I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Lo digo en el mundo.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything
No hay dinero, no hicieron un reactor nuclear.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
¿Cómo que le dije?
You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Se cayó. Tears Among the Stars. ¿Para qué me dan esto, bro? Voy a por agua. Estoy leyendo. Ajá. Cinco prioridades.
Do we have anyone doing maintenance on this, statue?
Armando, vamos a recordar que tengo el escudo a nivel 4. Porque todos los juegos de mi olla son equipo. Solo me queda Z. Que ahí sí mato. Digo, mi equipo es full shock. Que técnicamente no sería tan potente, ¿no? Porque no es como one shotear a la gente, más como basados de UFOs. Interesante nombre. Finali. Oh, me quedé sin baternos en el mando. ¿Cómo? ¿Señor? ¡Tiene control! ¿Cómo que señor? Damn, ese piano.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping
Nombre ruso. O alemán.
Residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Igual.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
¿Cómo?
We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from.
Sí, por un año,
Keep it as simple
¿no?
as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
Me gusta su chaqueta.
How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
No, es por el emblema que tiene.
The workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Claudia?
Well,
Es
her
autista
reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furryna. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right.
Poisson.
She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Poisson.
The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment.
Mr. Callis.
A few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake? Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
¿Nadie quiere? Qué locura. Acabo de salvar tu maldita ciudad.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture.
Mentira.
All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Charlotte.
You're very quick.
Es rápido.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Well.
You really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Nadie.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Yo creo que alguna en el... Ah.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
Navia. Naughty. Naughty. A ver, quiero revisar algo de canibalismo. A ver si encuentro. A ver, este.
Help! My dinner is attacking me!
Yo!
I'll bring my seasonings! Don't hit me! Help! My dinner is attacking me!
Dios santo.
I'll eat absolutely anything. There are no bad ingredients, only bad cooking. My favorite thing to eat is whatever exotic ingredient I haven't tried yet. Then take a handful of crystal flies, wings removed, pop them in, and voila! Delicious deep-fried crystal... Hey! Where are you going?
Maria Santa! What?
I've won you over with my cooking now, right? It's time to introduce you to my latest masterpiece. I call it the most marvelous, multicolored super pancake. Bright red squirrel ham, orange carrot, yellow sungfrog meat, green calla lily, and blue butterfly wings, beautifully wrapped in a thin egg pancake. What? I thought you said you were starving.
No tengo ni idea. What the fuck? No puede ser, wey.
Finally!
Wait, mira
This
esto.
power I can cook! Oh no, I've started salivating!
I can cook what? Es en el Ascension. Es el Ascension, te vuelve más poderoso, ¿verdad? I can cook ¿qué? I can cook ¿qué?
Oh no, I started salivating!
Oh my.
Dinner's gonna burn.
Dinner's gonna burn, eh? Este.
None of this will go to waste.
No. Oh.
Nice and spicy.
Con elemental skill, eh.
I can't wait any longer.
Confirmamos. If you have Hazel, go to opening treasure chest 1. No tengo a Hazel, estoy más que seguro que no tengo a Hazel. I don't have Hazel. I'm more than sure I don't have him. ¿Dónde estaría Hazel? ¿A dónde? Ahí está Hazel. Ah, sí, sí, Hazel. Okay, deja que voy a mi Hazel. I have Hazel. Opening treasure chest 1. Okay. Mala mía.
Oh, it's all coming out now.
No, it's all coming out now.
It's all coming out now. Oh, it's all coming out now. Oh, it's all coming out now. Oh, 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 oh. If that's how you want it.
Freaky.
We got a situation.
No fucking way. That's crazy. Benedict said, yeah, I know that Benedict said, I know about that one. Like, his existence is sad. It's like a sick god. Joining party 1 for Bennett.
You want me on your team?
Yeah.
I won't hold you back. Much. Gonna be...
Okay.
Adventure time. Off we go.
Huh. Algún otro personaje tiene que tenerlo.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go. Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me.
Yeah, Ben is so sad.
It always rains when I go on an adventure. Don't stand too close to me, or you might get hit by lightning too.
Oh my god.
Weather's not bad today. Oh, crud. I jinxed it. Now it's bound to rain. Careful. In this kind of wind, it's easy to get hit in the head by flying rocks.
Ben, do you go on an adventure on a cyclone?
Morning. Where's the adventure at today? I brought a sandwich. You want some? I'll give you half. Phew. Sorry. Nearly choked to death there.
Oh my god.
Hey, wanna go talk to my dads for a bit?
Dads?
They tell the best adventure stories.
Huh.
You're headed off? Cool. It was awesome adventuring with you. We should totally do it again. I'm the leader of Benny's adventure team, a rising star in the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild. Where are the others?
Yeah,
they're all on leave right now.
There's only one guy.
It's not as bad as you've heard. Everyone falls into a trapper's pit, or gets hit on the head by a falling tree now and then, right?
I think you missed some new ones. Even self-deprecation in his own teammates. Picked up by a tornado. Me gusta el cabbage. Meat. Así que estos dos son el peor equipo del universo. Alguien que tenga cumpleaños cerca de 12:31, A un día. O mejor dicho, a un mes, ¿no? Sí, mes y día. Entonces este es mes y día. Pues estamos a un día de mi cumpleaños. ¡Oh! Ahí está. Cállate. Nine. De cumpleaños. Well, gotta continue this thing. Yo te voy a policía a ti.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Sí. A ti, guapo.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
¿Cómo? Ah, sí, lo que estaba diciendo. Un oso.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Hey, look, the couple.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Yes.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of a genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people.
Funny,
You
no lo
recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
¿Cómo la ropa de esta tipa funciona? Porque no se cae.
Trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Eso es cierto.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take
Lo siento mucho por estos
a
dos.
couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word
Ah,
couple?
sí, Armando, estas dos gafas sí las he visto.
Solo photos will do.
Sé cómo funciona.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Lo que no entiendo es por qué está abierto por arriba.
We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Tu favorita, Armando.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Oh,
Sure.
I'm sorry, I don't have any more tape.
This way, let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Wow, kinky.
Same old, as you can see.
What?
Fontaine's
Mira, está en el
undergone some
fondo.
changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
They don't. Oh, a lo mejor le ponen suplementos de vitamina D en la comida.
That day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furryna's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
A day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
So close to Natlan. Yeah. You're right. Oh, what the? You're very right. I haven't been here for a very long time. Oh. Eh. Yeet! ¿Cómo agarré madera?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you
Buen punto. Ahora que ya la profecía ha pasado y todo eso.
I wonder which of my friends would fall for
¿Qué harán? Estos tres pendejos.
You could just make a friend like Furryna
No.
here. Isn't that right, Furryna?
Is this what you meant
Yo.
by I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Yo.
He's sure.
He's getting a date.
Write down my address.
Yo.
It sure is working hard to help Furryna socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this.
Yo.
He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
He was the one who proposed doing this, huh? Nah, that's my boy. That's
yes,
my boy.
I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Furryna himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furryna left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Uh-huh.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also
no saben que los otros los han dado, ¿no?
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Alright.
Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meropide a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Yo.
Father!
Father!
Well, what do you
Hey,
know?
Daddy, how you doing?
Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Tengo la impresión de que esta tipa va a estar con los Fatui hasta que algo extremadamente malo pase. Va a decir, para proteger a mis hijos, tengo que cambiar de máscara. Arlequín es Batman.
Many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Can I stuff a person in here?
That's right.
Like a flying fairy? Is it flying fairy size?
I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
What the hell is serendipity?
All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Bye. See you in 6 years.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Should have been I promise he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to...
Sale la foto del final. Pues hice Fontaine en 2 días, Armando. ¿Y tú? ¿En cuánto? Espérate. ¿En cuánto estamos nosotros ahora? Entonces... ¿Y qué pasó en 3, 4, 5? Sí.
Oh. Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way.
Así que pase lo malo.
I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Todo era plan.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Yo pensé que era más largo que nada más solo el 4 puntos.
So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
Can you turn into a dragon?
Doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial
mimics
within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
Solo demoró 500 años.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Más tarde que nunca.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Imagínate.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans.
Pero tengo una pregunta.
Hang on a second.
¿Por qué es guilty?
Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Guilty.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah,
Lady Furryna. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then?
Espero que tenga una granjita.
You've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon.
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do.
Damn.
But this
Que te
power,
juzgue un dragón.
this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that
Bastante
both are
épico.
granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
I mean, he's a
Ask
dragon.
away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Huh.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
No?
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Y tú no tienes
Natlan is also
coexistence.
a nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain, ¿eh?
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
¿Verdad, verdad? Ah,
I
claro,
suggest
que en la
that you
Gnosis
fully
obviamente
prepare
va a haber
yourself
Fatui en todos
before
lados.
going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors
Como
will
mosquitos.
always be open to you.
No,
Ask
de
away.
siempre paró
I will
bien,
tell
¿eh?
you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirk.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
A what?
Well, that much is true. After Fossil...
What? Huh? Wait. ¿Será el third descender las personas que vienen a este planeta o universo? Sí. Sí, a ver, no me acuerdo muy bien cómo era, pero algo así.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
That's what she told me.
Okay.
Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Tendría que ser algo de Celestia.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Eso creo.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
¿Me van a cortar en pedacitos?
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
For sure.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes.
It's over.
All of Focalors' efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Claro que sí.
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky,
wishes were like the clouds in the... Shut the fuck up!
Flows like water, and rain is the final answer.
Wishes were like clouds in the sky.
Tilt one way or another.
Wishes were like clouds in the...
And what ultimately is the difference?
Los wishes, la animación de wishes.
All of us.
Echaré de menos explorar. Aunque para hacer toda la historia no he explorado mucho, A lo mejor dicho, la historia no abarca mucho de Fontaine. Ya veremos. May I join if you're going to be online longer? Well, I want to do as much quest as I possibly can. Then I will maybe do rather. Armando.
Stabilize.
Puta madre. Si tuviera 20. ¿No hay alguien que me baje la estamina? Tampoco. Yo sé que hay alguien. Ajá. Okay. Me voy a poner de lado. Why are you climbing? Yeah, I need to do it. You don't understand me. It is in my veins. Y me sobra. Y me sobra. ¿Qué decía, Roberto? ¿Qué decía? ¿Qué decía? Oh, I'm going blank with your graphics. I'm sorry. It's just I need to know where to go. Llegué más arriba. Y esta agua. Well. Llegué. Ya Armando ahí dudándome. Sumeru. Welcome to Sumeru. Sumeru. ¿Qué es esto? Ah. Sigue siendo capítulo 4. Ok. Tan largo, ¿eh? The random chunks of world missing. Ah, yeah. What about them? What about my random chunks of world missing? Any problem? That's also this one. Va a morir.
Perfect. It's you two. I have
Va a
a
morir
commission
todos.
here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Find God.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers.
¿Quiénes son esos renowned adventurers?
Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake.
Manco.
It's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Eso no soy yo.
Well, that's us for sure.
My ass. That's not me.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
Weird.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere.
It's a cult.
It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out.
Are you sure?
In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
Alright then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I want... bedtime quest. Bedtime quest. Time to go to bed? Get it. I'm so funny. I am hilarious. Hilarious.
To Vimara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy?
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Damn, you're kind of shining, bro.
We're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vimara Village.
Ah, so you're here about that, then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know.
¿Sabes qué es lo más gracioso?
I couldn't tell you.
En todas las horas que llevo haciendo esta historia, creo que lo único que he conseguido es 4 pulls.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions. I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the
calm down, bro. Catch your breath.
We did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy, in his early 20s probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Very interesting fellow.
Now you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays, so genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village? There's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. Alright, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask
Now he left to like Natlan.
If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
I don't know why it's telling me to go over here, but I'm doing it.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Te encontré, Armando.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember,
hell are we talking about? The last identical person?
Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
No one knows about him.
There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out.
Like, what is this? He got deleted from existence? Thanos snap?
Traveler, what do you think? I think so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name.
Yes,
and nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something. Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with?
What?
Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The greater look at
just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep.
Yes,
sure
Luca
into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
Okay, that's it. Now, this is a cliff. Is that a tree?
Is this the
I haven't seen anyone.
This tree?
I mean, any tree, bro.
I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamar village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Understandable.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden. Really? You know exactly how I feel? Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me. No matter
Wait
what.
a minute. I saw two people on the top of the wooden tree.
He was so thoughtful and pure.
Am I?
And patient, too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me. Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore.
Sad.
I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position.
Same position?
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right?
Eso no tiene sentido. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean at the same position? What do you mean by that? Yo, gracias.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there.
Hey, look, two people arguing.
Like they're acting a little strange.
Damn. At this point, nobody can see us.
Could they be the ones behind all of this?
I mean, have you seen this world? It doesn't seem like the most friendly world ever.
Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Pues es que no lo es. Literalmente no lo es. Y te quemas vivo. ¿Qué haces?
Solidify.
Ok, vamos a hacer esto, ¿vale?
Everybody stand back.
This is order.
For Rex Lapis.
No te vayas de... Ahí.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vimara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved.
Sino.
Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vimara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something, that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Sino.
Wait a second.
Where?
The person. It's
Daily? It's my bro! It's my... It's my brother. In the Archon quest.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours?
Where?
Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. Well, see you later.
Yep, see you later, Atosa.
Bye-bye, Atosa.
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
¿Ha cambiado su voz o es mi imaginación?
So you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose? No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
Siempre parece semana al final de cada región.
I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy. And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you.
Give me
Don't worry.
the answers.
There should be ample time to talk.
Where's your furry food? When are you joining a banner?
So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara
Yo siento que va a salir luego de Sineshinai.
Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly trail activity. And that is certainly not much to go off of.
Right! That mysterious voice he heard in his sister's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Chucha, de esto hace un huevo.
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you? I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedderfall.
Oh, wait, hey, whoa.
I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin.
Sí,
my older brother.
Your
huh?
I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin.
Excusez-moi? Tu hermano es la master de la master de Child. Densley, ¿cuál es tu familia? Dénsame un árbol de fucking genealógico, por favor.
There were 5 of them. The 5 sinners of Canria. The wise, Roptatir. The visionary, Vedderfolnir.
Wait.
Gold, Rhindaughter. The foul, Sertologi.
¿Cómo puede ser el tipo...?
Solnari, Rerir.
Espérate, hold on. Aquí hay una cosa que no tiene sentido. Para nada. Hold on. Dijo la hermana... No, la hermana, que esto pendejo. Dijo la master de Child... de que viene con muchos nombres. Y dijo 3. Dijo The Visionary. Bueno. Foul. El Surtalogi. Creador. ¿Y quién es? ¿Y quién es Beth Froley? ¿Quién es el Visionary? ¿El Visionary? Sí. Ahí está. Entonces, ¿quién es Ultalogi? Ok, maestro, Albedo, la mamá de Albedo. Y... hermano. Okay, cool.
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertologi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedderfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clothar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Clothar. ¿Qué tampoco?
And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedderfolnir.
Vedderfolnir.
If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clothar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Vedderfolnir. Es como nombre nórdico. Y Clothar. El que parecía como un maguito mago mage en la parte de arriba. El que creó la Beast Order. Ah, señor. Vale.
They were once people.
What? Ah, sí.
Carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from.
Este juego tiene cosas con el número 7, así que creo que no hay 6. Tiene que haber un séptimo.
Deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy, and for that, they shall never have my forgiveness. Indeed, if they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world. Of course, as I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So,
ah, sí, y la primera vez que nos conocimos, Leslie.
I've continued to
El
investigate
tipo, no puedo hablar de nada. Me voy.
It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Sumeru, they say that they summoned a priest and Sino was only a child teen. He was adopted by them. Sino has no parents. Crap. Vale, hold on. Hold on. Sumeru, they said that they summoned a priest, and Sino was only a child teen. He was adopted by them. Sino has no parents. How did I remember this? Ah. Cool.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osial and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
Ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
¿Imaginación o la voice actor de Paimon ahí hizo eso en una caja? O sea, se notaba el eco en la voz.
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow. So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff. Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
No le importó. Le dije, no puede dormir bien. Y me dijo, womp womp. Hija de...
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here?
Déjale al pobre de Sasuke.
Something happened?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before.
Excuse me?
Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before. I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
Huh?
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Tenemos que hablar con otra persona que también sabe memorias. Nahit.
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Bueno, es una habilidad muy útil.
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way. Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Primero me dices de que no debería ser posible. Y ahora dices, vamos a checarlo. Ajá. Eso es lo que estaba pensando.
Of course.
A ver, ¿dónde lo dejaste, compañero? ¿Tenía que ser aquí? Joder. Ajá, mira este tiempo que... ¿Cuántos cafés te puedes hacer?
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well,
pero si tienes dos telepos al lado.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
You're tweaking. Estamos contra el tweaking avisorder. Tweaking avisorder. La friki, Ah, hermano, tienes que ponerte para que la gente te escuche. No, no. ¿Por qué está atacando a hongo? Ah, era en party voice setting, creo. Si me muero me falla.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time.
¿Era ahí?
Access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
A ver si te puedes escuchar. Di algo para todos los fans. Eso no es algo.
¿Sí se escucha?
Guau. ¿Y cómo se siente poder escuchar tu propia voz?
Mal.
Digo lo mismo. Bueno, me han dicho que se supone que te tienes que acostumbrar.
Se supone, sí, ¿no?
En eso estoy. Levántate, hombre.
Dale en el ojo.
I will have order.
El ojo. De nuevo.
No, cámate técnicamente. Hold on.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Vale.
No, pero ¿quién hiciste? Tontos de host, ¿sí o no?
Completamente necesario.
Ojo, el puzzle, cuidado.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
¿Qué coño? Ah, ya entendí. Vale.
The door is open.
Ya decía yo.
Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Este lugar y esta música está muy sombría.
Ya llegaste.
Huele a boss fight.
El bañamiento.
Huele a Bloodborne.
Looks like we can't go any further.
be on your guard. I sense the presence of the Abyss.
¿Quién coño eres tú?
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Stabilize!
Winter is nigh.
Solidify!
Desolation! I see Dominion!
Next on the agenda...
Fall nevermore! Gather! Foolish mortals!
Nice and spicy!
Let's the frost!
You're toast!
Get out of here!
Desolation!
I'm going in!
This is order!
Feel no more! And devour!
Race you!
Get out of here!
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see...
Dane?
Keep tweaking.
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place. The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Esas son palabras que nunca usaría Brinsleaf.
Chan, chan, chan. Llegué justo a tiempo.
Brinsleaf está actuando raro. Damn POV. Mete un puñetazo. Yo. Tremenda espada.
I knew going along with your trap
¿Es
would
5
be the
star o
only
es
way
6
to
star?
meet with you face to face.
30 star.
Ay, nosotros una fucking Toolblade.
Risked your safety and that of
Se
the
repara
Eye.
el principio, te voy a la
That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
Hablan súper diferente los dos hermanos.
¿Ah, sí?
El Ether conmigo es como que super sad, como que no quiere hacer nada de esto. Pero tiene que hacerlo.
Y esta quiere hacerlo.
Sí, sí, sí. Bastante curioso.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all
Esta es la canon, ¿no? Si no me equivoco.
We better hurry back to
Ah, no, al revés.
¿Cómo?
Hey, look at those hilly
La
trails over
canon
there.
Abyss. Bueno, canon entre comillas. Pero yo voy a hacer
Weren't
copia.
they acting super agitated just a little while
No
ago?
es canon de que Aiden está buscando Lumin.
Es la misma historia dependiendo de quién agarra.
A ver, sí, lo sé.
In the new world, they bade farewell to
Pero
the shrouded sun.
no sé. En mi opinión, Eder buscando Lumin queda mejor.
At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy.
¿Tú qué dices, Armando?
No opino.
Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
O sea, fuimos a buscar a nuestra hermana y cuando viene Daisy y dice, vete.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? It sounded
Qué locura.
so gentle. Could that voice be?
He escuchado bueno, no he escuchado, he leído en algún lado una teoría de que dice de que Lumin no era el real Lumin y la verdadera Lumin está atrapada.
Ajá. ¿Y la source?
The source is that I made it the fuck up. Pero eso escuché. Pasa una mierda.
We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
¿Por qué me está hablando el aire? ¡Ey!
Han relajado, sí. Pero hater al final.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
Let's kill them.
And he whispered softly. Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people.
¿Qué mierda me está
When you
hablando?
awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
Esa línea. ¿Está hablando de cuando convirtieron a eso en Hilichurls? Madre mía, soy un genio.
No dije nada de una vez.
Tengo que tirarme flores de alguna manera.
Well, now that the hilly trails have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put this situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
Off we go.
El Bennett.
Deja que me ahogo.
Capaz.
No sé, la primera. Este wet viejo.
Hey, yo.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone all right? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh?
Fucking boomer.
You
Es porque es viejo.
From Vamara Village, the one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadia.
Amadia.
Este viejo está senil.
We just talked to Grandpa Amadia about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again? You're right. We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone else then.
¿Quién se ese villager? ¡Es Lumin! No.
Interesante.
Imposible, porque dice de 20 y pico años.
Digo, ellos dos parecen de 20 y pico.
¿Así?
¿De qué tú los ves a ellos?
18.
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really? You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing? Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Fueron al árbol.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
Por el tiempo, porque Dusk.
Oh.
If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances.
Damn, soy un genio.
Nah, es que la de Fontaine.
Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
¿Qué?
Fontaine, digo, te dejó Big Brain.
El Fontaine me dejó Big Brain. A la primera, y ni siquiera revisó. A ver, es que es lo que tiene más sentido. Como tú no lo ves, Rolando.
Digo, ella dice eso, ¿qué crees? Te puedo decir lo que pasa.
Cállate.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is.
Tiene que ser la tipa, ¿no?
Good idea. That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to... Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Pero ¿por qué le implantaría las memorias al Dainsleif? ¿Porque se ve hot o qué?
¿Cómo?
Huh. ¿no?
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village. But no. Based on what we know so far, there isn't any evidence to support that.
Soy una mierda.
Mi goat está guacheado.
A la mía. Ah, que este.
No wonder.
Es que pensé que sería eso porque no he visto a nadie que tenga memorias de él fuera de la village, así que pensé que era él. A ver.
The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
No sabía que empecé a mirar Steins Gate. Atosa.
The color of the sky coincides.
Oh, right.
Sí, estamos en las memorias de Daisy, bro. Esto es Candy.
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Que no tiene sentido.
Yep, that has to be it. This is definitely Atosa's memory. Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Al árbol.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't.
¿Quién coño eres tú?
Also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh,
Damn.
I think you're an incredibly
Tienes un crush con el tipo.
thoughtful young woman.
Wait a fucking hold on.
Live a very happy life.
Wait a fucking minute. ¿Por qué te ves como un mage? De la Beast-Order.
No de Candia.
Ah, espérate, tus ojos. Hold on. Eres de Candia. Tú no estás muerto. Porque tú no deberías estar aquí. Creo que dijo Daisy que era como uno de los únicos que quedaba. Así que... a no ser que tengas poderes extraterrestriales, aquí hay algo raro.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Es que usé mis poderes de la Beast y quedé en media dimensiones. Tengo que arreglar esta timeline, dice el güey.
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So...
¿Tú qué coño eres?
I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. talk to you some other time.
Ajá, irónico, porque...
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
Eso no me dice nada.
A mí sí. Bueno, no te acuerdas.
Hijos de pu...
The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate. Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria. The one who stole the power of the Abyss.
Hijos de puta todos. A ver.
Bueno, el del medio no.
A ver, el del medio sí que no. El tiene que ser de todo, ¿no? Pero... A ver, si eres tan poderoso para malditamente tener miedo del tiempo, imagino que eres tú.
No.
¿No?
That doesn't seem right.
Ah, bueno, ok. Eres closer. ¿No? Es el del medio. Me cago en
Dios. El es un fraude.
No sé qué coño, No me acuerdo.
Kari Bear Alberic.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw... the me from back then.
Era que era un Hilichor que el fulano transformó y le devolvió los recuerdos.
Ah, ¿no sabía diferente que tenía como una armadura?
Let's find somewhere else to talk.
¿No había como un backstory y flashback del man? No me acordaba que era como caballero raro.
No, ese es otro.
Ah. Algo racista sería, todos los Hilichors son igual. No entiendo este idioma.
No me acuerdo qué decía ahí así.
Bueno.
Ya se va a acabar la quest, qué chucha.
Damn. Se gastaron dinero. Yo. Interesante achievement.
La prueba.
Wow. ¡Uy!
Tiene que ver súper bien en 60 frames.
No, se ve demasiado bien.
Fíjate.
No, las están mirando ahora en 1080. Y tu teléfono puede ver en 60 frames, no, porque no tengo 60 frames.
No, sí, pero es que estoy jugando.
No lo tengo en 4K, como no tengo mi televisión, pero lo tengo en 1080. ¿Te huele algo, bro?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world, after all. As you well know.
Te convertiste de Chilichu.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength
Creo que
to
te
play the
moriste,
part
¿no?
of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this.
¿No?
And now, the time has finally arrived.
Cualquiera de los dos,
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension.
Eso no me dice nada, bro.
Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the loom of fate.
Sí, me nada.
Despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the loom of fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the loom of fate.
Fallaste.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Oh, así que tú me das mi XP.
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower-level ability to influence memories. But it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world. Yes, I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life. Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well.
Acabas de enamorar a una tipa con puro memory riz.
I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
Damn, bro. No.
I know what you must be thinking.
Well,
why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Amadea, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse.
Hey, estos dos son los que yo viene
life in a peaceful village.
Árbol.
I was curious, so I selfishly
Mira, ahí están de nuevo.
Life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up. I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me. I know. Captain Dainsleif. Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end. Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
Huh? Damn, falló.
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the princess. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan. That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Oh shit.
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye. I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the princess is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved. You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory. After he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form, I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story. This was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment.
Qué buena story.
My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
Ah, por eso estaban chill.
Estamos baby.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer. All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Dijo la cosa.
Cinema Sins.
Asco.
Hacer el reflejo del agua, ¿sabes lo difícil que es?
Sí.
Renderizar esa mierda. Al fin puedes descansar en paz.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Yo. ¿Qué haces tú aquí?
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too.
¿Puedes intentar?
How about a conversation?
Roleplay.
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by.
Y no, ¿cuántas horas? Vamos a revisar. Son, ¿cuántas horas llevo? Y 130 horas. Not easy.
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years. The loom of fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time before the heavenly principles awaken.
No. Menos.
Menos. La tipa dijo 500 años. ¿Esto?
Ya, pelear contra el Dainsley. Ganarle.
Sí, esto dice. Okay.
Yes, for 500 years now, ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes? Such a flagrant disregard for the rules, and still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger.
Me imagino cuando hayan agarrado todas las cosas del tercer cabrón.
Bueno, si no le importó eso que sucedió en Ponte.
You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded.
O sea, me imagino que cuando despiertan el tercer cabrón. Eso es lo que pienso que son los remnants. Los remains. Imagino que es para revivir el tercer cabrón. Solamente haría algo infernalmente. O sea, porque imagínate. Ya lo dijeron, ¿no? De que tendría poderes parecidos al nuestro. Imagínate, todos los fucking elementos. Una voz. Y que haga una mierda tan poderosa. Y luego ganamos y pensamos, todo está terminado. Y luego viene. Y luego, hey, bro, me desperté. ¿Qué pasó aquí?
Hombre, ya. Sacaste el endgame. A escribir. A renderizar.
Tiene sentido, ¿no?
So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist?
Yo, mala mía.
Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Ether?
Los que pues, se pusieron de nombre Ether, ahora tienen que estar.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
Damn.
There's so much I wanted to ask you, but for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end. Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me you wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me. Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean...
I miss you too, Ether. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes, let alone my own brother.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our inability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone,
mejor no haber enseñado nada.
Anything that happened here, everything in space will be wiped from existence, including all memory.
Perfecto, bombe. ¿Cómo?
¿Qué habrán dicho?
¿Qué habrán dicho? Me imagino que es como te quiero o algo así.
Ah.
¿Y qué dijeron al final? Riz, y se pone eso muy grave.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon
No te echaba de
woke up a
menos.
little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dane came by just now. It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya. Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened. Wait, really? What a score!
Y no lo hagas.
Well, what happened after that?
Oh no.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Se ve como que durmió bien, ¿verdad?
You seem happy. Did something good happen?
Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd say. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. They looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long. Oh, and we also remembered his name, Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner. Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Curry Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now. Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Para el árbol.
Todo está tweeting.
El árbol está tweeting.
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Curry Bear now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
No.
It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right?
Está enamorado de un muerto, no parece buena idea.
Mucha.
Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
Sí, lo siento mucho.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
Solamente que es un dump que no hacen todos, una vez en la vida.
I'll be okay.
Es una play generacional.
Sí. That make life more precious.
No puedes hacerlo una vez.
You know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two.
Pues creo que no va a tener un corazón,
Granny Jahiet with something
so I should head back. Lo siento mucho.
Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now.
No pasa nada, hay más hombres de cante por ahí.
Uno.
Dos del Calla.
Ah, bueno. Creo que a Calla le gustan los hombres.
¿Dónde sacaste
ese? Where did that come from? Let Paimon see.
Ah, la foto.
Yo... Están muy felices,
Hombre. ¿Por qué será?
Habrán comido algo mal.
15, 16, 18.
¿Verdad? Con esto yo me voy a dormir.
Mira, te hiciste topo.
¿Qué?
Hiciste un huevo, digo.
Ah, sí. ¿Cuál es el siguiente?
Histórico eso, Fontaine.
No.
Ahora siguiente. Gatland.
Me pregunto con el siguiente.
Las horas seguía grindeando y dice, bam.
Ay, qué locura, deja que lo haga aquí.
Y boom.
Perfecto.
Venga, hacer la histórico.
Histórico esto.
Manda la de Furryna, porque Furryna es top.
Yo quería hacer los históricos luego de terminar todas las... Eso. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué que haga los históricos? ¿Puedo hacer los históricos?
A ver.
O sea, la tengo aquí. Atento, esto es todo lo que tengo. ¿Por qué?
Ya, las importantes. Yo te voy a decir cuáles son las importantes. Ah, bueno.
No tengo una llave porque no se me acuerdo si cuando haces la primera vez se te bloquea la segunda o si tienes que tener una llave. Yo siempre, hasta cuando hice las históricos, lo hice así, de izquierda a derecha. Y Dios santo, hay algunos históricos que son muy malas.
¿Como cuáles? ¿Qué?
Bueno, malas. Una que era aburre. Como cuando tuve que hacer la de Mon.
No, pero eso no.
Venga, sí, principio. El juego ni sabía qué hacer.
Sí. Tiene sentido.
Ahora, ¿qué otra no me gusta mucho? La de Tainari, creo. Está muy meh. Y otras que son muy buenas.
O la de Klee, top.
La de Klee, top.
Me acuerdo.
La de Jutao estaba muy buena. No me acuerdo qué más. Pero tengo estas por hacer. Nilo, Nahida, Heisan, Deyo, eso. Esta me la puedo quitar. Esta va a ser de último.
Heisan también, el Baisho también, Yoimiya, Lini te la puedes quitear. Jubilet, Goti, el Risley, Mei. Top, Navia top. Y Orina le importa, Arlequino es muy buena. Furryna a nadie le importa.
Tengo casi tantas de estas que
mira
no
eso, sí,
nivel. Qué gracioso.
¿Y hiciste la de Beidou?
Ah, la verdad, está en progreso.
Por este tipo se proclama fan de Beidou.
A ver, ¿no? A ver, señor.
A ver, al...
Estaba en medio de esto. Solamente que tengo que enviarme una guía porque siempre terminé con el mismo.
No, hombre, no sabe cómo interactuar con Beidou.
Soy pendejo. Buena mía. Pocas pues.
Pero... Entendí ya.
¿Cuántos wishes tengo?
A ver. ¡Nada más! No, me te está jodido.
Hacer histórico, eso es...
No es en la Play, al parecer.
Ay. ¿Y cuántas horas llevo?
Como... 10.
8 horas y 6 minutos. Y eso es... No, eso es desde que streamé. Desde que desde antes de como 11, ¿no?
Sí, obvio. ¿Pero qué le pasa a Paimon?
Creo que sí.
A Twitch.
A Twitch. ¿Qué tengo que agarrar para estos dos? Emblema de Cyber Fate, ¿y tú? Nobles. Bueno, ya te tengo ya. ¿Verdad? Lo único que debería es mejorarlo, supongo, ¿verdad? ¿Qué necesito? Luego tengo que revisar esto. Y Richard. Dudo que esto sea HP. Healing bonus.
Healing bonus.
Healing bonus, dice esta cosa. ¿Y tú? HP percentage. No te vienen todos.
Damn.
Energy recharge. O sea que HP. Debería subirlas.
Puedes.
Los substats no importan, ¿no? Porque coño, supports. ¿A cuánto lo subo?
Como a 5, 6. ¿Cuál está la primera mejor? A ver qué sale. Wow.
Interesante.
Wow. Wow.
Damage. Ah, coño, ya tenía el 4.
Esperaba meter un crítico con Bennett.
Ups.
Pucha, 8.
Y esta la tengo que farmear.
Yo también tengo que hacer ese dominio para... Bueno, hacer no, pero...
Y luego de eso...
Yula Nation.
Que esto no va a tener lo que yo quiero, ¿verdad? Tiene Chris Reito, pero que obviamente que no eso sí. Yo tuve, sí, es Physical Damage Bonus, esto lo que estoy buscando, yo buscando ese Physical Damage Bonus por mucho tiempo. O sea, uno de estos dos, ¿verdad? Es o Crit Rate o Physical Damage Bonus. En la mierda del fail. ¿Cómo funciona eso? Es que mira lo que me atento. Anemo, Dendro, Geo, Anemo, Geo, Pyro,
Aire.
Pyro.
Ah, Pyro, escuché aire.
Es Pyro, Geo. Aquí sí, tengo aire también. Mira. Y del otro es Healing Bonus, ataque, HP, defensa, ataque.
Qué desgracia.
Es desgracia es poco, cabrón. Muy triste. Y si voy a Training Guide y busco a una... Estoy bien entonces. Pero estas son las Force Spells, ¿no? ¿Dónde sale de 5 stars? A ver, nadie aquí que use... ¿Me salen nada más cosas que tengo o qué?
Creo que... No. No sé, la verdad.
¿Nadie aquí usa una arma 5 star? Además
no sé por qué no sale.
¿De dónde?
¿Será que es free to play?
Ahí que es.
Ah, no, mira, por ahí salió uno.
¿Fischl? No. ¿Cómo coño voy a darle bien?
High user rate.
Y aquí no sale la arma de... La otra arma de Vedo. Por aquí debería salir. Hay 4 armas que son mejores que esta. Una de ellas es el pecado.
Igual yo no lo usaría el pescado, no, gracias.
Vale, a mí, mire. Buenas noches a todo el mundo.
Todo el mundo, no soy una persona.
Todo el mundo.
No hay luz.
¿Ve? Es el famoso. Vale, buenas noches.